Welcome everyone to our first City Council meeting in the new year. Happy New Year to everyone. I know that a lot of people are relieved to have 2020 behind us, and we have much hope and optimism for the future. I also want to note that this is Marshall Adams-David's very first meeting as our new city manager. Congratulations. We are so excited to have you on board, as evidenced by all the applause that you're receiving. We really are excited, Marshall, to have you leading our city, and we look forward to working with you and the team to move Raleigh forward. So with that said, we are going to go to our first agenda item, which is recognition of special awards. And this is the Go Raleigh Million Miler recognition.
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin and the Raleigh City Council. Happy New Year to each of you. Happy New Year to our Raleigh community, and an even happier New Year to our City of Raleigh staff. We are so excited about 2021, and what better way to kick it off than to acknowledge our employees who received awards at the end of 2020. So we'll start with the recognition of a Go Raleigh acknowledgement, and this is called the Million Miler Award. We have 7 employees who reached the status of driving 1 million miles without registering an accident or injury. And that is a feat in and of itself. Mm-hmm. And so most employees, it takes 12 years to get to that feat. And we have 7 employees that accomplished that in 2020. One of our operators actually doubled that, and he is going for 24 years and 2 million miles without a single accident. So we have some very good drivers on Go Raleigh, and I will now turn it over to David Eatman to talk a little bit more about the specifics.
Again, I'm David Eatman, Transportation Transit Division here with the City of Raleigh. And that pretty much sums it up as far as the award goes with the Million Milers. But I would also just certainly want to recognize all of our drivers, mechanics, supervisors, and support staff that keep Go Raleigh moving every day. As with any city service, it really is a team effort to make that happen. And but certainly just hats off to these particular drivers and the outstanding award that they're recognized for today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. So our riders in Raleigh should feel very safe with these drivers. Our second award is a Transportation Innovation Award. This award is representative of a cross-departmental collaboration team from IT and sustainability, and it is an acknowledgement of our transportation mobility project that was an innovative clean tech solution to creative positive impacts for the environment, economy, and our residents. The city's Office of Sustainability, working together with IT, created a GIS-based tool that identifies the most suitable priority locations for publicly available level 2 electric vehicle charging stations in Raleigh. The suitability of an area is based on the EV driver behavior, location convenience, charger utilization, economic development opportunities, environmental justice, and equity. So hats off to our project team from IT, Katie Alves, Jim Albert, and Beth Stagner, and sustainability, Greg Sponseller and Megan Anderson. So to the mayor and council, this is just 2 indications of the great work that our staff does for you and our residents every single day. And I would dare say we're going to bring forward some acknowledgments every single month for our Rockstar staff. So 2021, get ready, because here we come.
That's awesome. I want to congratulate everybody on their awards and the recognition. That's the bus driver, the 2 million, that's pretty amazing. So congratulations on the great work, team. Okay, next we have the consent agenda. One item has been pulled by Councilor Melton. It is M3. So I am going to have that item pulled. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, seconded by Councilor Branch. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay. Consent agenda passes unanimously. Now, Councilor Melton, would you address item number M3?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a question for staff and then maybe something for council to consider. I saw with this agenda item that staff completed a review of bus zones in the downtown corridor and found that several zones were no longer utilized for transit services. And they're making a recommendation that we convert that underutilized street space to on-street parking. And I'm wondering, one, if there's any consideration about using it for something other than entirely on-street parking, maybe bicycle parking, or we've talked a lot in our committee, Transportation and Transit, about little transit hubs for scooter parking, stuff like that. Or basically, is there any harm in holding this for a minute, maybe putting it into committee and seeing if we can come up with some sort of compromise or better use of the space? Or if this piece needs to go forward, if there's any delay in holding it, then maybe we could also have this discussion separately in the Transportation and Transit Committee. I just wanted to pause on this one and just throw that out there.
City Manager, is this something we have to act on, or is this something we can put in Transportation Committee for further review?
Mayor, we can put this in the committee. Matthew Courier is available in the audience to answer any further questions that you might have right now, but it is okay to put it in committee if you so choose.
Matthew, you're at the podium. You've heard what's been said. I know part of your job is to maximize the parking fund, but we also have some competing interests right now, especially during COVID. Is this something that we can talk about further in committee? And do you have any ideas on how you would want to approach this?
Sure, Mayor. So there's many things we can do in the curb space. One of our, keys here is to make sure there's available parking in a balance along our curb space for the many competing interests. These bus zones were removed for the move of the R line. So they've been utilized by R line for many years. We saw them as an opportunity to add back some on-street parking in some areas that haven't had it in a long time. However, nothing stops us from being creative and using on-street spaces for other uses. So it's certainly a place where we can have a discussion in committee about what those options may be.
Okay. Well, with that, do we need a motion to refer this to committee? Robin? Okay. Councilor Melton, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah. Hearing that there would be no unintended negative consequences of holding this and pausing, I would move that we send this issue to the Transportation and Transit Committee for just some further review.
Okay, that has been seconded by Councilor Cox. All in favor?
And Madam Mayor, if I may, Councilor Milton did mention this to me. I have no problems with it coming to the committee in which I chair. And we can look at this also as a holistic issue in those areas, because I think in some of the areas, it's just one spot. Like I think Glenn went south where the motorcycles are. That has to be looked at holistically because of it's just a segment within the parking that's already there. So we look forward to having that discussion within the committee.
Matt, thank you too for being willing to look at this creatively. Okay, that passed unanimously, clerk, by the way. All right, next we have the report and recommendations of the Planning Commission. The first item is a 24-month waiver request for Z3719 on Page Road.
item that you can act on today. It does not have to be scheduled for a public hearing. And the Planning Commission did review this, found that it was substantially enough change that they recommended unanimously that the waiver be approved.
Do we have any, I cannot see everybody. Do we have any questions on this request of staff? Councillor Cox.
So this request, they requested this before, but they simply didn't act on it in time. Is that the idea?
So they're coming back with a larger rezoning that encompasses more property.
Okay.
Yes, so any substantial changes have to go through a rezoning, but require us to allow the waiver.
That's correct.
Okay.
Because a portion of the property was rezoned within this 24-month period and is implicated in the proposed future rezoning. That's why the waiver is required.
Councilmember Knight.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is in my district, and I was reached out to by the applicant about a year ago. But as far as I know, I haven't been reached out to since then. What was the reason for the holdup in the last year, or why is it just now coming back to us? Or were they just forewarning me that it would come to us in a year from now? When they reached out to me a year ago.
I'm not completely sure.
Okay. Are they available to answer that question by any chance?
I don't believe a representative for the applicant is here, but if you wish to hold this item to your next meeting, we could provide you with more information.
I don't need to hold it, but I do wish they had reached out to me recently. But if they did, and if they did, I missed it. But I'm fine to move forward.
Okay.
Is that a motion, Councilor Knight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is rezoning Z29 20 West South Street.
Yes, this is a proposal to request about 1 1/3 acres to be rezoned from DX5 to DX20, both with limited frontage, with conditions applied. The Planning Commission reviewed this and recommended approval on a 9-0 vote, and staff has recommended a public hearing date of February 2nd.
Does anybody have any questions? Again, I can't, Ken, if you could take down the presentation so I can see everybody.
Sure.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on this matter besides the barking dog?
I don't have any questions. I was going to move for approval for a public hearing for February, as stated in the documentation.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was just so.
The dogs agree, for the record.
The dogs have agreed. Okay. All right. I forgot where I was.
I move for approval for public hearing, first meeting February.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart seconded that. All in favor? Raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay. That was unanimous, clerk. Next, we have rezoning Z3520 Wade Avenue.
Madam Mayor, I think the podium's still muted.
Yeah, it is. Ken, we can't hear you. The podium is muted. It appears unmuted.
Are we okay now?
We are, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. This is a little under 2 acres, currently zoned a mix of R4 and R6 on Wade Avenue between Canterbury Road and Gardner Street. The request is to rezone to RX3 conditional use with both the existing and proposed zoning have the special residential parking overlay district. Planning Commission recommended approval on a split vote. Concerns raised at the Planning Commission deliberations included traffic and buffering, and staff has recommended a public hearing date of February 2nd.
Dave, thank you. Councilmember Fort, is in your district. Do you have any questions related to this?
I did. Ken, I've gotten a couple of letters from some constituents who voiced some concerns about traffic, and I think they indicated it's 4 single-family houses now going at 22 units. Has the staff had any conversations with those folks?
Yes, there have been conversations, and the case, there was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission about potential traffic impacts and some detailed staff input that was provided on that topic. But that was the reason behind the split vote, although the Planning Commission did ultimately recommend to approve.
Councilmember Ford, are you comfortable moving this forward to public hearing?
I think I need to probably hold it open and follow up with some of the folks, and then we can price it at the next meeting.
Okay.
And then we have one last item. Bring the slide back up. This is a zoning case on Hillsborough Street. It's 1912, located right where the roundabout, the big roundabout, is located, where Pullen Road connects to Oberlin Road.
Could we get, yeah, thank you.
There we go. Current zoning is CX5, and essentially the case seeks to add an extra 2 stories to that rezoning. Planning Commission did review this and recommended approval on a 9-0 vote. The applicant would like to submit some revised conditions before the hearing is scheduled, so that those conditions can be part of the public hearing agenda, and therefore request that you defer scheduling the public hearing until January 19th.
Okay. I'm just jotting down some notes. So that will come back to us on the 19th. Councilor Fort?
I was just going to echo that. Madam Mayor, the developer and the folks in the community have worked out some additional conditions that I think will move the project forward. So they agreed to ask for him to submit, or for the group to submit those additional conditions.
Okay. All right, we'll have both those items come back to us then, Z35 and Z40.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
That concludes the Planning Commission report.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a few items this afternoon. I'd like to start off by saying it is indeed an honor and a privilege. My absolute joy to sit in this seat, to work with each of you all, to carry our city forward during these most critical days. This, as I said, the day I accepted the position, it is a career opportunity of a lifetime, and it is a love story that has no ending thus far. So with that, I will kick it off by saying, in our desire for efficiency, which we will always strive for as staff, Derek is going to bring forward a COVID-19 update. And so it would be a little bit more lengthy than what we're normally accustomed to. However, we thought it was important that we bring forward a year-end review to show you and the community where we have stepped into the gap and where we have responded to the public health crisis as a city, as an organization, and as a neighbor to other communities. And so Derek will provide an overview of where we are as a city and where we started in March and where we are in January of 2021. So Derek Reamer from the Office of Emergency Management, Special Events, Hospitality, and everything else I throw in.
Thank you, Marshall, and congratulations to you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Happy New Year. As Marshall said, this is going to be a little bit longer than some of the other presentations, but we think it's important to kind of look back and cover where we've come from over the past year. But before we move into that, I want to talk a little bit about where we are now, as I usually do, and start with the review of our numbers. Here in Wake County, we're a little over 46,000 confirmed cases of COVID with 344 deaths. When you look at this across the board, you can see that definite uptick in mid to late December. Wake County had a record high of 1,346 new cases right at the end of December, which is very similar to what you see when you look at the state numbers. The state of North Carolina hit its record high back on New Year's Day with 9,527 cases. So as predicted, things are continuing to go up, especially after the recent holidays. Hospitalizations also continue to rise, with over 3,500 people now hospitalized across the state with COVID. But let's take a step back and look at where we came from since about March of 2020. And putting this presentation together, I realize we have gone through a whole lot together over the past year, but I am confident that we will continue to do great things going forward. So at the beginning, it was March 4th when we had our first case confirmed here in Wake County. At that time, the city and other local jurisdictions began monitoring COVID spread across the country. If you look really closely over there at that snapshot, you can see a couple of little red dots on there, and that's really how it started. Immediately, we began coordinating with the Department of Health and Human Services and North Carolina Emergency Management. They provided us planning strategies, how they plan to contain the virus, surge planning, and the city itself formed our executive committee to lead our response. When we did that, one of the first things we did was establish our 3 goals. And I've said these time and time again, but they've really helped guide the way we approach this virus. We're going to do everything we can to help slow the spread of COVID-19. We're going to continue to provide great service for our community, and we're going to achieve goals 1 and 2 by being supportive of each other, working as a team, and treating each other like good neighbors. About the second week in March, we saw a flurry of activity. We had states of emergency declared, emergency proclamations, and our state's first stay-at-home order was issued right at the end of March. During this initial planning, we really wanted to focus on a couple of things. One of the first ones was consistent messaging for the staff and public. It was important to immediately establish everybody's roles and responsibilities. For instance, the city is not the health department, and so making sure people knew to go to the health department or the CDC for accurate information. And we really focused on making sure we continued our operations and referring to the experts for specific health information. At this time, our 911 center began screening all calls coming into the center for COVID-related symptoms and notifying our first responders who started wearing masks on medical calls for the first time. We implemented our continuity of operations plan, which really began the encouragement of staff to work from home when possible and making sure that we could continue key services in this stressed environment. We also developed screening guidelines through the HR department that helped make sure staff knew what to do and when to do it. If they were traveling somewhere, could they come back to work? What about when you came into a building? What type of testing did you need to have? All of these policies had to be developed from scratch. When we look at service changes in March, you can see a couple of things that happened, and these progressed very quickly. Our water disconnection suspended. We canceled our festivals and parks programming. We reduced our Go Raleigh services, and our parking fees were temporarily suspended. Additional changes to services included the establishment of curbside pickup zones, and there's around 120 of those across the city. We began outreach to the small business community, and on March 25th, we closed all city facilities to the public. And then in April, we began the curbside yard waste suspension. That was a lot in March, but it gets even more as we look into late spring and summer. At this time, we were beginning to reopen across the board. The state implemented a 3-phase opening strategy, which turned into a couple of different sub-phases in there. If you remember, we had 2 and 2.5 and everything else. We tried to align with the state's phases when possible, but the idea was to have a gradual reopening that minimized our risk while making sure we could continue our key services. And again, we had to develop new standards, policies, and procedures before we could do any of this.
One of the biggest things, which we take for granted now and is commonplace, is new safety standards across the organization. These are plexiglass screens, elevator limits, more sanitation, floor decals, wellness screenings at the doors, and making sure our staff had enough PPE. Our services amenities continue to change and adjust as we continue to move forward. At this time, solid waste began yard waste collection, but only on that modified schedule. We turned our parking meters back on, staggered June 1st for downtown and August 1st for Hillsborough Street. And on July 20th, we reopened our downtown buildings to the public. This is mainly focused on the Revenue Services lobby down on the first floor, and we have limited in-service appointments for staff that are in the building. Again, we want to encourage teleworking when possible, but we want to make sure we can continue to provide the services to the public. Parks, meetings, and events. Our summer camps began late, but we held some. Our pools reopened July 6th, but with limited capacity. Our boards, commissions, and council meetings went virtual, and to this point will remain that way until the end of March, as well as our special events, which remain canceled through the end of March. A couple of the initiatives we took on during this time includes a really unique project where we worked with Wake Med and Wake County Human Services and a couple of corporate sponsors using CARES funding to distribute masks to vulnerable populations. This started in zip code 27610 and has continuously expanded since then. Over 470 volunteers helped with this effort, tons of hours of staff time packaging the masks, with a total of over 160,000 masks distributed. This really hit about 45,000 residents as each resident got multiple masks. And Wake County Human Services is now continuing this project into the future as they continue their education efforts. Another area that we worked on was expanding our outdoor dining. Our downtown businesses especially were constrained by COVID as well as some of the riots we had downtown. And in June, City Council approved our outdoor seating temporary license program. This is really a basic program that allowed for really minimum permitting requirements at no cost to the applicant, and it really allowed the bars and restaurants to expand into the streets or sidewalks or public plazas. To this day, we have 41 businesses that have participated, and others have expanded onto private property as well as part of a different program. And all those licenses will last until all the restrictions by the state are lifted, plus a 30-day grace period. During this time, we also had an uptick in our nightlife focus. The city initiated a hospitality education program. There was lots of concerns about crowding at bars and the restaurants. We worked with partners like the Downtown Raleigh Alliance to put up signage and decals in key gathering areas, especially in our hospitality district. Staff began visiting bars and restaurants during peak hours to educate and to help people understand what they needed to do to slow the spread of the virus. We encouraged social distancing and mask wearing. And we coordinated across multiple departments to help bars and restaurants get those outdoor occupancy numbers established so they could have more people outside in a safer environment. The focus has really been on building relationships and gaining voluntary compliance. We work to educate bar and restaurant owners so they understand the executive orders. They're complex, they really are. There's a lot to them. And really a lot of the work and education goes a long way in getting compliance. We still stand ready to issue criminal citations for the most egregious violations. But I must say, anytime we've gone to work with someone and help educate them and understand what we're trying to do, it's been welcomed, and we've had great success with that. This has further been expanded to other businesses, gyms, sweepstakes parlors, and retail. Anytime we hear of a problem or a concern, either from a citizen complaint or a comment from the county, we'll go out there and talk to folks, and that seems to really work quite well in making sure that everybody's on the same page. A little bit now, I'm going to change focus and focus on our own employees. As with anybody, we have not been immune to this. To date, we've had 212 cumulative positive cases as of yesterday. There are currently 171 city employees who are currently out of work in quarantine. 57 of those are positive. The others are simply in quarantine because of possible exposure. Since early in the pandemic, the Employee Health Center saw over 1,585 health-related issues and calls that they helped manage during this time. You can see the breakdown here of the cases by month. It mirrors the graphics I showed you earlier across the state and just goes to show that we're not immune here. You see we had a little peak in July and August with 25 and 20 employees with positive cases. We had a little drop in September. It peaked back in October and November. And then in December, we had 77 positive cases. We expect that trend to continue as we move further into January. Another slide here shows that breakdown by department. The number one department, the highest number, is the fire department with 61 cases. That makes sense. They have direct patient contact with a lot of the sick folks out there in the community. And you can see that other departments have been affected as well. Changing focus now, I'm going to touch a little bit on some of the financial impacts, because obviously we know that this has hurt us across the board. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the award money and funding we've received from the federal government and others. We have our direct CARES awards. These are awards that we got from the CARES Act, the original CARES Act that came straight to the city. A little over $28 million for transit. Housing and Neighborhoods received a couple of million for some of their programs, and just shy of $500,000 for public safety, for a total of $38.1 million in direct care awards. Wake County also received a bulk of the CARES funding and subsequently passed some of that on to us. We have an outstanding reimbursement request of $9.3 million with the county, and those things cover things like premium pay for our fire and overtime, salaries and benefits for police during this time, Parks and Recs program, and some water delinquencies. With that, we don't expect any future allocation from Wake County. And then finally, we have FEMA, which is just shy of $1 million that we have outstanding, and that covers things like PPE, cleaning, and plexiglass. And as with the Wake County CARES funding, we don't expect any further allocations from that. So moving now into winter 2020, and here in January in 2021 and beyond, the vaccines, top of everybody's mind. So currently, as a reminder, there's 2 vaccines approved for use in the United States, Pfizer and Moderna. They began arriving locally here in mid-December. North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, Wake County Public Health, and the city have all been preparing for this distribution. We're very excited about it. However, the prioritization of this continues to change, and the vaccine supply is low while demand remains high. So we're rolling this out in strategic phases. Wake County is currently in phase 1. This is healthcare workers who are at that high risk of exposure. You might see other counties that have moved into phase 1B and other places across the country that are in different phases. However, here in Wake County, we remain in 1A. We have a lot of healthcare workers here, which is usually a great thing for us. However, they are the ones now receiving a lot of these vaccines. To go a little bit through the flow, DHHS distributes the vaccines to the hospitals, long-term care facilities, prisons, and the health departments. Wake County began receiving those vaccines from the state and is now working with the city to distribute to our Phase 1A employees, which are EMTs, just as the paramedics in Wake County are receiving theirs as well. Throughout the summer and spring, we expect the vaccine supply to continue to increase. We've also worked with the county to develop some park sites for testing as well as vaccinations when that does become more widely available. You can see today there's a number of sites that you can go get tested right now. Method Road, Roberts Park, and I believe one other. I would lie if I try to tell you off the top of my head, but there is testing available, and I encourage people to go get tested. So looking ahead, the vaccine alone is not going to stop the spread of the virus. We need to continue to practice our 3 Ws, and we continue to want everybody to know that we prioritize the safety of our employees, and we're going to follow that guidance from the county, the state, and CDC. So with all of that, I will happily take any questions you might have.
Derek, thank you for that presentation. There's been a lot of work done, and your team has really stepped up, so thank you for that. First question is Councilmember Cox.
Yes, Derek, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering where we stand today on providing hazard pay to our employees that are at risk, particularly our firefighters that are obviously, based on their statistics that you just presented, at high risk of contracting COVID-19.
Pay for COVID in July. I would refer to Marshall for any further considerations on premium pay going forward.
Yes, Councilmember Cox, you may recall that we aligned our hazard pay, for the lack of a better word, to the realignment of the open and back of city offices. And so in our partnerships with other agencies across our area, we, when we opened our offices back to some city services, is at the point that we suspended the COVID pay.
Would you be willing to consider reinstating some hazard pay? Because obviously we have employees that are working in hazardous conditions. And even though the vaccine is being distributed, we don't really know for sure who's going to become immunized. And I think these employees are at risk. And more importantly, their families are at risk when they come home at night and potentially can carry the disease home. And so I was just wondering if we could take a look at that and maybe look at some of the money that we're receiving through the CARES Act and others, and see if there might be opportunities there.
Sure, I'll work with staff and we'll bring back a report at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Branch, and then Councilor Knight.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I know on our consent agenda, we just approved CARES Act funding in housing and neighborhoods, and I noticed it's not earmarked for anything yet. I will ask if staff would also look at that money as far as eviction prevention and utility assistance programming. You know, we have a lot of needs. I definitely care about our employees, our firefighters and police, and even Parks and Rec, who are out there interacting with the public. But one thing too is if people don't have a place to stay, or if their water, they can't keep their water on, then we have even more issues that require more of our services. So if we could look at those two categories, I know we've done this previously, but if we can just look at those options on the limited funds, but if we can look at what options we have there, I think it'll be very helpful.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Marshall, when this funding was first, when we were notified about this funding, we said we would spend it on eviction prevention. And that it continues to be the goal, correct?
It is absolutely the goal. Larry Jarvis is in the chamber if you would like further information, but we will continue with the second round of funding to look at utility assistance where possible, eviction prevention, and housing stability.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Derek, just I want to get more specific on a few of the issues that I know are very important to our public. If you look at the national newspapers and media news, they're saying distribution is very behind or is behind what was estimated. Where are we at a local level in terms of our distribution? And then also talk to us about the phase, the number of recipients that are estimated to be within phase one. And then when is your estimate of moving into the next phase? And if you're a resident of Raleigh, who do you call to see what phase you fall into, or where can you look on our website or other places to look where you fall into? That would be very helpful to the general public, I think. Thank you.
There's a couple of things packaged in there, and I'll try to address some here, and I think there'll be some others that we can follow up with. I can tell you that Wake County has distributed more vaccines than any other county in the state thus far. Again, a lot of that goes to our healthcare workers simply because we have so many healthcare workers here. Regarding the numbers within each phase, I would like to bring that back to you in a report if you don't mind. With the recent changes in phases and the assignment of personnel into each of those phases, I would like to make sure we verify those numbers before I try to guess on that. And then we can work on some information on the city's website. There's a lot of information through Wake County on finding out what phase you're in and when you can sign up and things like that. And so we really like to direct people to the county for that information, but I think it's certainly worthwhile to make sure that that's being reflected in our website, so we can certainly work on some messaging to reiterate that county messaging, and I can get you those numbers in a separate report if that's okay with you.
Yes, that will be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Reamer, for the presentation, all the hard work y'all have done. It's been quite an odyssey these last 8 or 9 months. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about our enforcement. And I heard you say that education and talking with folks has worked, has helped. And I recognize that we are maybe not in somewhat of a temporary situation as a result of in-home holiday gatherings in terms of numbers being up. But I think we all know that indoor spaces are a place where COVID spreads. And so, and it's not just restaurants, but, just 5 or 6 weeks ago, we were hearing from health experts that overcrowded restaurants were a problem, and it was a source of COVID spread. So can you talk to me a little bit about how enforcement's going and how many criminal penalties we've issued?
Criminal citation. All right, there we go. Today we've issued 3 criminal citations, so not too many out there. We have a team made up of staff from my office, the Raleigh Fire Marshal's office, and they're supported by the police department, who was out just about every single weekend visiting bars and restaurants. It's the same teams that were out over the Black Friday shopping weekend. And what they essentially do is go to various places across the city. They pop in, they count the number of people there, they make sure that they are abiding by all of the regulations, whether it be counters at the door, making sure that you've got the capacity numbers, sanitation requirements in place. They'll work with the business owners if they don't have that to remind them of the executive orders. We've been doing this since summer. It's pretty staff intensive, but we try to focus on a lot of those areas where we can knock out a number of businesses at one time. I'm not going to say that there's not a business out there that is over capacity or is not following the rules. But I would say, generally speaking, across the board, we've seen great compliance. And in those areas where folks have not been in compliance, once we go and talk to them and educate them on the orders, they usually fall into compliance. The threat of a criminal misdemeanor charge seems to weigh heavily on folks. I know there's been discussions regarding civil citations. I will say we've spoken with folks, and they will happily take a $100 fine because they can continue to operate and make that money back in a very short period of time, where the threat of a criminal citation is a far more stringent threat, and that usually makes folks kind of reconsider and get in compliance, which is what we aim for.
A brief follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
Yes.
So do you think civil penalties would be helpful, and would a more, let's say, proactive or aggressive enforcement approach be helpful at this point?
I do not believe that a civil citation would really help. I think our mantra has been education. I think that we've really pushed hard on that, and I think that has been successful here in Raleigh. Again, I think the threat of a criminal citation is more, a little bit more scary than a civil citation. Any type of civil citation would require a vote of council to enact a new ordinance to make that happen if that is the will of the council. But based off of the experience that I've seen and what we've seen out there, talking to other municipalities across the county, I'm not entirely sure that is the route to go as opposed to what we've been doing and really continuing to focus on the work that we have at hand.
Okay. Thank you. Any other additional questions? Okay, Derek, thank you so much for your report.
No problem. Happy New Year.
Here's to a better
Thank you, Derek.
2021. Yes.
And so, council, you may acknowledge the fact that what Derek spoke to was mostly staff efforts and what we have done internally and in our partnerships across the Wake County area and the state of North Carolina over the last 9 months. But I would like to take an opportunity to personally acknowledge your leadership in this. When the pandemic hit, you all challenged us to get creative and create some financial assistance programs really overnight to be able to help our small businesses and to help those that are most vulnerable with some housing insecurity issues. So while we've done a lot as staff, you as council have also done a great job of responding to the crisis. So I wanted to just personally acknowledge that. And I think there are several small businesses, and I know lots of residents who are most appreciative of your efforts, because we stepped outside of the box and we did it pretty much overnight. And I think we're a better community as a result of that. So the next item on the agenda is a presentation by Raleigh Water. And again, you can also recall that Raleigh Water proactively responded to the public health crisis early in the year, even before there was a governor's order about what we should do and executive standards about how we should respond to our communities. Raleigh Water was ahead of the game. And so Aaron Brower is here today to talk to us a little bit more about some of the disconnection suspensions, the late fee waivers that we've implemented, and some other strategies that we've used to make sure that our residents have remained whole throughout this crisis. So with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron Brower.
Aaron Brower with Raleigh Water, and I'm here to give you a brief update on our efforts regarding support for customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's agenda includes a history on disconnects and the temporary tiered residential rate structure, the status of utility revenue collection, our customer outreach efforts, funding programs that are available, and our next steps. As a reminder, here is the history on the suspension of water disconnects and the associated governor's executive orders during the pandemic. On March 12, 2020, Raleigh Water suspended disconnects, late fees, and reconnected previously disconnected accounts. And this was a proactive approach prior to any mandates because it was the right thing to do. Subsequently, on March 31st, Governor Cooper issued Executive Order 124 to require all utilities across the state to do the same. On May 30th, that order was extended until the end of July. And then at the end of July, July 30th specifically, those orders had expired, which allowed utilities across the state, including electric and gas, to resume disconnects and late fees. While we have still not resumed disconnects, we did resume late fees in the amount of $5 per month on September 19, 2020. You may recall that the resumption of late fees was an effort to encourage those that could pay but were opting not to pay their utility bills. We do believe that this was effective because, as you will see on a subsequent slide, the month of October, so the month after we initiated the late fee, was the only low point, or it had the only low point of the month that was lower than the previous month's low point and past amount due. On April 7th, 2020, City Council authorized the adjustment of our residential Tier 2 from 10 CCF to 20 CCF to recognize that customers who were teleworking were using more water at home, and that this adjustment would keep most households out of the more expensive Tier 3 irrigation rate, which is there to promote efficient use. As projected, the utility has seen an increase, or did see an increase, in residential use and a decrease in non-residential use. The temporary tier structure is set to expire within 30 days after the Wake County Commissioners proclaim the end of the current state of emergency, which could last well into year 2021. The reason for the 30-day extension beyond the state of emergency is to allow for a full billing cycle to occur so that all customers are treated equally. At the September 1st, 2020 meeting, City Council meeting, Council inquired about the impacts of making this Tier 2 adjustment permanent. Tiered rates are generally based on at least 2 years' worth of usage data. Since current data that is being collected has been altered by the pandemic, it is not recommended that any permanent changes be made at this time. However, once adequate post-pandemic data, perhaps with some pre-pandemic data, has been collected, Raleigh Water will commission a cost of service study to evaluate our residential tiered structure. It's also worth noting that since we made the Tier 2 adjustment, we have remained fairly revenue neutral while keeping most of our customers out of Tier 3. So here's a snapshot showing the current total dollar amount past due from all customer classes such as residential, commercial, and industrial. As you can see, the amount of past due bills has slowly increased during the pandemic. Past due for the purposes of this slide is 2 days past the bill due date. Prior to the pandemic, which is at the beginning of this chart, past due amounts on any given day range between $3.5 to $4.5 million. Again, 2 days past due. As of today, the total amount of past due bills is $9.9 million, or approximately $6 million over total seen prior to the pandemic. In this particular graph, the pinkish peach colored, I'm a little colorblind, is single family residential, which is our largest use class. One thing to note, which I mentioned earlier on this graph, is that late fees were resumed on September 19th, 2020 in an effort to encourage those that could pay to pay their utility bills. The month of October, as you see here, which that's the least amount of, or the lowest point of the month in past due amount, is lower than the previous month in September, almost flat, but a little bit lower. And you can see throughout the rest of the graph that that is not the case. And this leads us to believe that the strategy for implementing the late fees was effective. Here's a similar graph, except this graph shows the total number of accounts that are more than $125 past due on their bills. The significance of the $125 threshold is that it is the threshold that we used prior to the pandemic that would send the account into the disconnect queue. Currently, the average monthly single-family residential past due amount now stands at about approximately $500. The total, I don't know how great this shows up on the big screen, but the total amount of accounts past due is near 14,000 accounts. While this number does seem excessively high, we do have 194,000 accounts within Raleigh Water, which is about 7.5% of all accounts. So now there's some good news. There are opportunities for customers to get assistance for paying their utility bill, and we are making several communication efforts to promote these plans, as you will see in a subsequent slide. Below is a current list of our known assistance programs available to our customers. First, we have the Utility Customer Assistance Program that was established in 2017 and has been funded by Council in the amount of $200,000 per year. Currently, there are about $81,000 remaining in this fiscal year for customer assistance. Project Share is a program funded from voluntary contributions by corporations and individuals to help residential customers in need. While it is still in its infancy, it's about a year and a half old, I believe, maybe two, Raleigh Water has worked with the city communications to increase promotion of this program during the pandemic, and contributions for the calendar year 2020 exceeded $27,000. Wake Helps, which is the Wake County Federal CARES Act program, is currently suspended due to federal deadlines. However, we are hopeful that this program will resume due to extended deadlines associated with the recently approved federal stimulus bill. Thus far, Wake Helps has provided for 1,256 Raleigh Water customers, totaling $351,455. Also, we were informed by Wake County this morning that they are only about halfway through with the applications for the CARES Act funding, and so hopefully this number will nearly double. The recently approved Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, which is the most recent federal stimulus, provides $638 million directly to water and wastewater utilities for low-income water and wastewater ratepayers. We are awaiting more details from the state on how to access these funds, and the state of North Carolina will be issued approximately $20 million for the entire state. Staff is continuing to work with our partners and stakeholders to find other options. And of course, we also have our payment plans to make payments more manageable for our customers, and they're currently offered for a 12-month period. Prior to the pandemic, payment plans were typically 3 months. Funding sources for utility bill assistance is certainly a fluid situation, and as the status of some of these programs becomes more clear or we get more updates, we will provide an update in the weekly manager's report. To date, Raleigh Water, in conjunction with the city's communication department, has developed a robust communication plan. We have created a customer outreach team utilizing 9 staff from the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center. This team has been answering the calls and emails directed to newly established contacts and coordinating with nonprofit and faith-based organizations to help get the word out about assistance opportunities. The goal is to refer customers to available resources and/or direct them to the customer service center to help set up a payment plan. The newly established contacts are shown here on the screen for utility bill assistance, and it's 919-996-3333 or email at utilitybillhelp@raleighnc.gov. Raleigh Water communication staff has also been working with staff in our merger communities to make sure that all of the information that is pushed through the city's channels is also available within our towns. Print materials have been created to direct people in need of assistance to the phone number and email address that have been set up. These materials have been distributed at city and county facilities, as well as nonprofits, faith-based organizations, and most importantly, Wake County schools through the Backpack Buddies program. Information has also been pushed out through the city's social media platforms, including Nextdoor, the website, and through news media. And finally, we're also beginning individual customer outreach for those that are currently past due this week to encourage customers to get on payment plans and seek financial assistance. That will be a targeted approach for those customers that are currently behind to hopefully help them along. Between our customer assistance programs and communication efforts, we are doing our best to position our customers to avoid disconnects. However, we are planning to begin the credit and collections process on February 6, 2021, with actual severances for those that do not pay or set up payment plans beginning on or about February 20th, 2021. The threshold for initial disconnects is still to be determined, but it will be significantly higher than the previously $125 that was mentioned, based on a reasonable number of customers impacted per day. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, Aaron, could you take down the presentation? Do I have any questions from council members? First hand up was Council Member Branch and then Council Member Buffkin.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Aaron, and the information. My question is, as far as the late payments, I know we have, and you may have a different term, but for me, I'm going to say in Raleigh proper, those who pay in rate, and then we have the outer Raleigh proper rate, depending on those areas that we service that are not in our city limits. Do we have a breakdown between those two of late payments and where they fall? And can that be shared with us to see if it's a lot of Raleigh residents in our city limits who are behind, or if it's those outside areas where we offer water to, so we can look at targeting the communication?
We do have that information, and a step further beyond that, we actually have it broken down by zip code as well, so that we can use that in our communication efforts. I don't have that information with me today, but we can certainly provide you with a manager's update or any other avenue that you'd prefer to receive the information.
Yeah, a manager's update would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Aaron, I've got two questions. I'll ask the second one first because it's similar to Mr. Branch's question. Do you have an analysis of the number of accounts that have gone past due more than once during the last during this time period? So somebody that got current and then went delinquent again.
We could probably mine that data out of our customer care and billing software. It's not a software package that's easily mineable, but we can certainly look into that.
Okay, thank you. And the second question then is about the cost of service study in the context of adjusting the tier rates. Is that cost of service study, I'll say special just for this purpose, or is that something you would have done about this time anyway?
We would have done that anyway.
Okay, thank you.
It does happen to coincide well, though.
Right, thank you very much.
Councilor Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. One thing I want to connect for both our water team, but also the entire organization, is that most folks, or I don't know most, but many folks I would imagine who are behind on their water payments are probably also behind on other payments. And so making sure that our staff who are reaching out to folks for their individual payment plans have that information ready to help assist folks in other ways, either connecting them with Wake County or otherwise, I think would be really great. The other thing I want to, I don't know if it's ask about or highlight, is individuals who are in multifamily residential buildings. I'm not sure where they are captured. I'm sorry for the background noise. Working parents unite. I don't know where they're captured in all of the data and how those folks are being assisted or not. And so just want to raise that issue.
Multifamily, I do have that data, not with me right at this second, or it's not easily findable right now, but the multifamily is included in our commercial or non-residential rate structure. There are subtypes within our system that identify other non-residential. For instance, like business would be one that would also fall in there, or a commercial. And that subtype data set in our system isn't fully complete, which is partly the reason why instead of just applying the disconnects or the not doing disconnects and the late fees and reconnecting, is because the executive orders did include multifamily, and that information wasn't easily teased out in our system. And so we applied that policy not only to single family residential, but we also applied it to non-residential rate structure as well. So we're not doing disconnects, period, at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And
Okay, did I see Councilmember Knight? Councilmember Knight, did you have your hand raised?
I did, Madam Mayor. Was he ready to answer another question?
I think I missed our first question about the other utilities. The Wake Helps program, actually, the majority of the money that's associated with Wake Helps, when I looked at it this morning, it was $1.2 or $1.3 million that was going to Duke Energy. Dominion Energy was also getting a significant amount of it. So the Raleigh Water specifically is getting about 20% of all of the Wake Helps money. The majority of it is going to the electric utility. So that assistance is being provided and communicated, at least by the Wake County Helps program.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Knight.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Aaron and maybe Madam City Manager, you may want to weigh in on this. Since we're spotlighting Raleigh Water here in this scenario, could you give a little indication of the impact this is going to have on the water utility budget coming up by percentage? The $6 million jumped out at me. How is that going to impact the budget in terms of what percentage of that is being counted on that is probably not going to get in time to help us with the next budget, et cetera? Could you give us just a little snapshot scenario for this utility budget for 21, 22.
I'll take a stab at that one if you would like, Marshall. So at this time, we don't think it will have a major impact. The totals, our annual revenues for user charges are around $240 million per year. So we're in that 2 to 2.5% range. And so we don't anticipate that it's going to have a major impact on next year's request. And also, the money that is past due, the plan is ultimately to collect that unless there are statutory reasons that we can't.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good point, Mr. Brower. The only thing I would add, Councilmember Knight, is just what he just mentioned last is hopefully some of the non-collectible at this point will be collected by the end of the fiscal year to sort of kind of round out where we're running in somewhat of a deficit right now.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation and all the hard work that y'all are doing in our utilities department. Thank you for being proactive.
Thank you for your support.
So, Mayor, I have two more items that are not on the agenda. The first is one that's a little bit more somber, and it's with deep regret that I bring to you today that the Raleigh fire family lost a member this past weekend due to a motor vehicle accident. Lieutenant Herman Ellis, a 12-year veteran with the Raleigh Fire Department, passed away as a result of injuries from that accident. And so in communications with Chief Herbert Griffin, the flags at the department have been lowered until Lieutenant Ellis is put to rest. So definitely not how we wanted to start the year off, but our hearts go out to his family. And the last item is a little bittersweet as well. As we all know, Police Chief Cassandra Deck Brown announced her retirement last week. And that announcement came after years of deliberation on when was going to be the right time. And so after 33 plus years of service to this community, of pouring her heart and soul into trying to make this a better place to live, work, play, and learn, Cassandra Deck Brown announced her retirement. And so she is in the audience today, not to put you on the spot, Chief, but you will leave a void that will be very hard to fill. And probably as the person who for the past 6 years have been in the trenches with you, on the phone with you at 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 a.m. in the morning, 2 or 3 nights of the week, I want to say thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your friendship, but thank you most importantly for your service to this community. So with that, Chief, if you would like to make a few comments, please feel free to do so.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Happy New Year to all of you, and congratulations to our new City Manager, Marshall Adams David. It is a bittersweet time for me in my career. 33 years is a significant amount of time. My career now is longer than some of my officers have lived. However, it has been a tremendous journey to serve in this city, to come right out of college and be a police officer in the capital city of the state, but ultimately to rise to the level that I can serve in this leadership role and lead this city through good, through bad, and through ugly has been nothing less than an absolute honor for me. And so to our mayor, our council, my coworkers, my department head, peers, the men and women in the Raleigh Police Department, and our greater community. I'm obviously appointed by city manager, and so I've had the opportunity to work now under 3. And that in and of itself has been an honor, but to work alongside all of those that I have just mentioned is one of the best journeys that anyone could ever have. And it is an experience of a lifetime, and the memories will last forever. So thank you all for allowing me to serve and supporting me along the journey.
Chief, I would just like to say, I know everybody's going to want to say something. The past year, we've gotten to know each other pretty well because we've been through hell and back together. And I just want to tell you how much I have come to appreciate you, your thoughtfulness, your dedication, your commitment to our city. No matter how difficult it was, your heart was always there. And I just want to say thank you for your 33 years of service and what you've meant to this community. I don't even know what else to say, except you will be missed.
Thank you.
Council Member Branch.
Yes, Chief, I want to say thank you for your service. Since I've been on City Council, you've been a great resource, assistance. We've had our many conversations, and maybe sometimes we didn't see eye to eye, but we both respected each other, and I've always respected you and your work. And I just want to say thank you for your service. And though I know you will not be our chief by the time this year is over with, I know you'll still be around. So whatever. Just be ready in case I say, hey, Chief, I need some insight, because there's some things you can probably tell me now that I'll tell me then that you can't tell me now. But I definitely appreciate everything that you have done and will continue to do, and being a great example for African-American women in our city and county.
Anyone else? I can tell by everybody's facial expressions that there's probably a lot to be said, but Councilmember Ford.
Chief Dick Brown, I just wanted to say thank you for your many years of service, and I hope you have a wonderful retirement once you get there and enjoy doing some fun things for a change. So,
yeah. Councilmember Cox.
I'll just echo what everyone else is saying, and I just want you to know, Chief, I will miss you a lot, and I've really enjoyed working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Chief, thank you for your service, and we look forward to working with you through the end of your retirement. This isn't the end yet. We've still got things to do, and we'll look forward to continuing on the journey. Thank you.
Thank you. And to that note, no, I haven't gone yet. There is still a lot of work to do. 2020 is behind us, but we know that there are things that will just literally flow into 2021. And so I've not hung up my hat or my shoes just yet. And we still have a lot of things to do and accomplish in the first quarter of this year as we maintain continuity of operations in an organization our size and in the capital city. So I'm not gone yet. Don't push me out the door just yet.
You're not being pushed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so that, Madam Mayor, concludes my first city manager's report.
Thank you, Marshall. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. TJ McCourt with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department. I'll give a brief presentation here just outlining the policy update that's before you today. So our public participation policy for park planning outlines all of the roles and responsibilities of city staff, our advisory board, you as council, and the citizens that we work with anytime we're engaged in park master plans or major park development projects. And this policy also lays out the formal review, approval, and adoption procedures that we go through with those new plans. So first, just as a bit of background, the policy that we currently operate under has been in place since 2012. It's designed to be updated every 5 to 10 years, and so that's exactly what we're doing here today. This summer, you'll recall, the Planning and Development Department engaged in the Community Engagement Process Development Study. And that culminated this summer in the public participation playbook that you all saw at a work session back in August. So today we're kind of picking up where that process left off. Council had expressed an interest in seeing that playbook adapted and applied for other departments outside of just city planning, and so that's what we're doing today. So since then, throughout this fall and winter, we've worked with our Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board to revise our current plan and our current policy. As a bit of a refresher, that public participation playbook is really a how-to guide for inclusive and equitable community engagement. There are great tools and resources there for city staff in terms of different types of meeting formats, the best ways to engage with different communities, and a lot of direction in how to do the type of research that we want to do before we engage in a planning process to make sure that we're using the tools and techniques that are going to be most relevant to the communities that we're working in. Today, the Parks Department has a separate set of manual and set of guidelines that helps direct us in community engagement process. But now that we have this public participation playbook, it's an opportunity for us to kind of start speaking the same language across city departments so that whether citizens are engaged in a corridor plan or area study with the planning department or a park master plan with the Parks Department, it'll be a much more familiar, consistent process. A few goals guided us throughout this revision of the policy. First of all, we wanted to look for ways to find efficiency without sacrificing quality and depth. Some of our park master plans can take as long as up to 1.5 years, which we acknowledge is just too long. And so we wanted to find opportunities to tighten up that time frame and really start delivering our projects more quickly. So some of these policy updates help us have a more kind of intensive, focused process with the community rather than drawing it out with multiple weeks between touch points. We also wanted to look for ways to incorporate more flexibility so that we can make sure our engagement strategies were right-sized for the communities that we were working in and that we were using techniques that were going to be relevant for the people that we wanted to reach. It's also an opportunity for us to incorporate all the new terminology, best practices, and citywide standards that were established in that public participation playbook. A lot of community engagement, a lot of professional research went into the development of that playbook, and so now we're incorporating that into our park-specific policy. And finally, I want to highlight that we were really reaffirming a lot of the core principles that have been foundational to the work that we do in the Parks Department. Inclusivity, transparency, equity, and a spirit of collaboration when we're working with our citizens, with our community, have always been foundational to what we do, and none of these revisions change that. The next slide summarizes a few of the highlights that we wanted to call out for you all. First of all, we'll be doing a bit of a shift following the playbook format where we'll be developing individual project engagement plans anytime we're doing a new master plan or major park development project. This is, I think, an improvement over our existing policy, which is a little bit more prescriptive, had a little bit more of a one-size-fits-all approach. This will help us be more nimble that way. We'll also be reducing some of the lag time between public meetings and project milestones so that we can deliver those projects more efficiently. And it reduces a reliance on the standalone in-person meetings that back in 2012 were really the beginning and end of how we did public engagement. Of course, we know today that there are better ways to reach many different communities, and we have many more tools than we had back in 2012. The revisions to this policy recognize that and help set us up for success in the 2020s. The revisions also include some new authority for our Parks Advisory Board. Previously, under our existing policy, anytime we would form a community advisory group of citizens and neighbors and stakeholders when we're working on a new park master plan or a schematic design, even for a small park project, the policy in place today would require us to come to City Council to seek approval for all of that. And over the course of an entire project timeline, that can actually add months to the process going through those additional review and approval steps. And so at least for our smaller, more straightforward, less controversial projects, the policy revisions allow some of those decisions to be handled at the Parks Advisory Board level rather than necessarily having to come to City Council. Of course, since we're doing individual engagement plans for each project, it's left up to our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department Director and the City Manager to decide when we will still be coming to Council, which we'll do, of course, for all of our larger projects, anything with a special interest or something that might be more controversial that we want to be sure that we're getting Council's full engagement in. With that, I'll turn it over to Oscar Carmona, Director of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department, to introduce our Parks Advisory Board member and their recommendation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and members of council. Oscar Carmona, Director of the Raleigh Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department. At this time, I'd like to introduce our Park, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board Chair, Jennifer Wagner, who will make a recommendation on behalf of the board to approve the playbook, public participation playbook for park projects.
Thank you, Oscar. Hello, Mayor and council members. On behalf of the Parks, Recreation, Greenway Advisory Board, we would like to go ahead and recommend approval for this new parks participation policy, the P5 as we lovingly call it. We were very impressed with staff's work over the past really year on coming up with a revised public participation policy. They were beginning this process a year ago, and then with COVID and with the planning department's new public participation playbook, as TJ said, there was an initiative to really dovetail those efforts and make them work together, which made a lot of sense. And we supported, so the Parks Board began reviewing that again at the committee level. And in the Parks Committee reviewed in depth the revised public participation policy in their October and November meetings. And they made recommendation for approval to the Parks Board, the full board, in our November meeting, where it was unanimously approved at that time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me, and I know TJ is here to answer any detailed questions about the report.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Branch?
Yes, thank you all for the report and presentation. This question is really towards staff. What is the process to train and educate all of the staff that will be interacting with the public so that they can properly implement the plan, as well as when a consultant is engaged, making sure that they are aware of the plan as well?
So back in September, we had our first round of staff training, actually, that was organized by the planning department. So we worked with a team of consultants that was involved in drafting the public participation playbook, went through that first round of staff training. Following up on this policy adoption, we would look at what those procedures are going to be for the Parks Department staff in particular that manages our planning projects. I will call out that the playbook itself is an extremely user-friendly document, and I think that's one of the big advantages that we have is when we do work, say, with a new consultant that's going to be helping us engage with the community on a new master plan. This playbook is really easily digestible, something that somebody who's brand new to the process can pick up, catch on very quickly to what the new approach is going to be. We think it's going to really improve our working relationship with consultants that way.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, any additional questions? Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. Not so much a question, but a few comments, and I'm ready to move approval at the appropriate time. But I see Mr. Cox has a question. I'll hold off.
Okay, so do you have any comments?
Well, just very briefly, Mayor, I'd say there's a lot to like in this document. I appreciate the work of the Parks Board and Chair Wagner in using our parks bureaucracy acronyms, the P5 document. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, going back to my time on the Parks Board. And I think this is a really nicely done job. I love the emphasis on efficiency and delivering projects on a predictable schedule. I really like the approach of tailoring the process to the needs of the park and the community around it. I've personally been a part of planning processes that were, frankly, just too elaborate for the needs of the community. In cases where, for example, it's a small park and there's a lot of consensus in the community, and frequently folks who are involved to say, why does it take so long? So there's a lot of good improvements in here, and want to thank everybody for their work on this, particularly Mr. McCourt, one of our outstanding park staff. I've enjoyed working with him for many years, and of course my former colleagues on the Parks Board. So with that, I'm ready to move approval whenever you're ready, Mayor.
Okay, I have Councillor Cox who wants to ask a question.
Yes, I mean, there are 5 phases in the community engagement process. And I was wondering if we're providing any guidance on how long each phase should take, depending on the project, of course. And I was wondering if, and I'm not real clear myself, when certain phases or sub-phases become optional, when they are done and when they're not done.
So I might need some clarification on what you mean by the different phases, but I think I can answer generally that it's going to be difficult to necessarily say with confidence exactly how long each phase is going to take. One of the things that this policy sets us up for, again, with those individual engagement plans for each project, is to kind of look ahead of ourselves and consider what some of the potential pitfalls might be that we're going to come up against, what some of the controversial topics are going to be, and make sure that we're dedicating enough time and enough resources to get out into the community and get a full understanding of those issues. So it will be kind of each project individually will be assessed as we go through that process. And there are times when certain projects are going to require extra attention, extra resources, and extra work with the community, and so we're prepared to dedicate that time. In other projects, though, we'll be able to move a little bit more quickly.
Councilmember Cox.
So what I would recommend, in addition to adopting this process, is that when a project is initiated, that you provide estimates or guidance on how long each of the subsequent phases for the project will take, such as engagement planning, the community engagement phase, review and adoption phase. So at the beginning of the project, try to create a work breakdown structure of these phases and estimate the time that it would take, and try to make sure that people stick to those times as much as possible. And if they can't, enumerate what the reasons were for not being able to adhere to those times. And because I think we want to have a predictable process as well as an efficient process. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I would like to thank the Parks Board and the staff for moving this forward. This needed to be done for a long time. It will help us make better use of our Parks Bond funding. It will ensure that projects move forward more quickly and more efficiently. But also, I think this really does embrace a new form of community engagement, and I think that's a positive sign. So, Councilmember Buffkin, you wanted to make a motion, you indicated?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move that the council adopt the updated public participation policy for park planning and endorse the public participation playbook as a replacement for the current park planning manual and guidelines.
Councilmember Fort has seconded that. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee. Councilor Melton.
No report. We're going to meet on Tuesday, January 26th at 1:30. It'll be a virtual meeting. There are no items currently pending in committee, but I expect that will change by the end of this meeting. That is foreshadowing from my council report. Thank you.
Okay. We have the report and recommendation of Growth and Natural Resources Committee. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you. No report today. I do expect we'll hold a meeting on Tuesday, January 26th at 4 p.m., also virtual. I will be bringing up 2 items during council report, mayor and council report, to see if folks are agreeable to putting these items into GNR.
Okay. Next, we have the report of the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities Committee. We will be having a meeting on 11:30 at 11:30 on that day, virtually. We have one item in our committee on the panhandling ordinance. We will take that up and have a discussion around that, and any other items that may come up between now and the end of the month. Councilor Cox.
Well, that's a good segue, actually. I was going to bring this up during council concerns, but I'll just throw it out here, is that in preparation for that meeting, if we could have a more detailed report on homelessness in the area in Raleigh. I get a lot of reports about homeless camps. How many camps are there? How many people live in these camps? Why are people homeless? So all of this, I think, would be good information to have for the committee meeting as well. And just try to level set for the year where we're at and what we anticipate where we will be by the end of the year.
Well, that actually segues into what Council Melton had just mentioned, an item that I was going to bring up during council concerns. But if we can, I will detail that later. It has to do more with our white flag situation that we have, and just how we are going to do a better job working together with our nonprofits in the county in the future. Right now, we have short-term measures in place. We need long-term measures in place. So if the council would not object, if we could take the issue of homelessness into committee, I think this is going to be a discussion that's a little longer than one committee meeting as well. Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have no objection to that. I think that's entirely appropriate for us to look at. I did want to suggest that we might make use of some of our point-in-time data from our annual counts. I'm not sure when that happened in 2020 or how disrupted it was, given the situation. But there's lots of data out there, so I'd suggest we go and look for it and rely on some of that in investigating this issue. But I agree wholeheartedly that's something we should look at.
Mm-hmm. Also, what I'd like to do is suggest that we not only have somebody from city staff here, but also the county and potentially some of our nonprofit partners. This isn't a one organization issue. It's a multiple organization issue. And I think if COVID has done anything, it has shown us that we have not done enough to help our homeless community. So, okay, we will take that up then in committee, and I'm happy to provide a little additional guidance, Marshall, on where I kind of see this going.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And next we have the report and recommendation of the Transportation and Transit Committee.
So we do now have one item that will have us meeting on January 28th at 3 p.m. It will be a virtual meeting. I would also like to ask, if everyone's okay with that, if we can have staff give a report on our BRT with the funding that we received, the $35 million federal dollars. Now that we received that funding, where are we currently, and what are the next steps with the next phases in with the situation of COVID happening? How has that impacted, if any? If staff could be prepared to give a report in the committee and that we can report out to the board, I think it will be a great benefit.
We can do that, Councilmember Branch.
All right, everybody is good with that issue going to committee as well. Can I see some head nods or thumbs up? Okay. No objections. That might be the easiest way to do it. Okay. All right. Next, we have the report from the mayor and city council. I normally go last, but this time I'm going to go first because I want to ask a question of Corey. I would like, Councilor Branch, if you could update us on our retreat. I know that you and Councilor Melton and Councilor Buffkin have met to have some initial discussions. Where are we and where are we heading?
So we did have a conference call, and I also had a conference call with at the time, our city manager in waiting, Ms. Marsha Adams Davis, discussing our retreat. We would like to have an in-person retreat. So we're looking at this as two options. We would like to ask staff to look at sometime in early March, something around the first or second week of March at the convention center, if it's possible to have an in-person retreat, to also look at getting a facilitator to come in to help us go through the retreat with some items, a big ideas idea, Dix Park community engagement, looking at social justice areas, as well as a review of 2020, and working with Shaw University around what they're doing in the social justice standpoint and that partnership. Those are some of the items. A few of the items. Another idea was about big ideas and looking at a book called Upstream by Dan Heath. And I understand he's out of Durham, so if it's possible for him to come in and speak about looking at big picture and being proactive, really having this in a proactive, forward-thinking retreat. So that is what we would like to seek, and if we are unable due to the virus to have an in-person retreat, the backup is to look at this being multiple work sessions for these topics that will all be virtual to spread it out. So if council's agreeable to authorize staff to move forward with RFP for a facilitator for our retreat, someone that understands us, but also someone that's energetic and can bring some energy to the retreat as well.
Excellent. So do we need a motion on the facilitator? I'm looking to the city attorney. Yes. Corey, would you like to make?
So I move to authorize staff to start the RFP process for a facilitator for a March retreat.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Buffkin, all in favor? Raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay. That passes unanimously, clerk. One thing, or two things, Corey, you did mention the book Upstream, something that I had read over vacation. I think you will get a lot out of this. Our city manager has offered to make those book purchases. It's really a way of kind of thinking differently about things, more as Councilmember Branch said, more big picture, upstream instead of downstream, where you're reacting to things that you could have prevented. So I think it will be helpful in guiding us. The other thing I would like to ask is, in preparation for the retreat, there has been, Councilor Branch serves with me on the Dix Park Leadership Committee. they have asked to come speak to us, the Conservancy, at our retreat. So that will be on the agenda, as will the Parks Bond. But what I would like to ask is our Parks Commission, they did a lot of work last year on a Parks Bond. I'd like to ask them to review that work, update it, ensure that there's equity in their plan, geographic diversity, and then bring that forward to us for discussion at the retreat. So that gives them 2 months to do that work. I'd like for them to make this a priority. So,
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor, for that too, because that was a topic that came up in the conversation with Marshall, our city manager, to come forward with the retreat information on our Parks Bond, where we are in lieu of our overall financial situation.
okay. Councilmember Cox and then Knight.
Yeah, I just want to express my concern about an in-person retreat in March. I just think that's highly unrealistic, and we're barely getting vaccine out there right at this time. So I really think if we're going to plan for a retreat in March, we got to think virtually. I myself would be very concerned about that, and probably would not participate in an in-person retreat.
Okay, well, we'll continue to monitor the advice and guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services on that issue. We had Councilor Knight next, and then Councilor Buffkin.
Yeah, I would like for us to find a way to do it in an appropriate, safe manner in person, if at all possible. I think it would be much more effective and efficient. And, you know, by then maybe there's a way to do it, you know, outside with, you know, maybe somewhere with covering or whatever. But I think it would be much more effective if we were, you know, in person in an appropriately safe way. Thanks.
Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the Parks Bond and the board's work, I agree the board did a good job with the tasks they were given last year, and I don't want that work to go to waste. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge and recognize that we're moving into a different phase of the effort now, and the voters are going to have to decide whether the bond gets approved. So I'd like for the board to keep that in mind, and I would emphasize, as the mayor said, the importance of geographic diversity in the sharing of the spending and investments that we're going to make through that bond. And yes. And finally, I think it would also be helpful for the board to look at some options for phasing projects. We frequently do this with large projects that maybe we can't build a whole park with one bond, but maybe we could do it in phases. So I think that would be a useful option for the council to have when the board completes its work.
Okay. All right. I had mentioned that I had several items on housing, so I will start with that next. This goes back 4 years when I had served on the council before. I was working on a tiny homes community pilot project. That project did not go anywhere after I left the council. I am going to ask Housing and Neighborhoods to re-look at that, review the work we had done. I know Roberta Fox, when she was with the Urban Design Center, had done a great deal of work on this. We could kind of pull some of that work out of mothballs, see where we are, and see how we might move forward on a pilot program. I mean, and I want staff to look at this from several different ways. Do we approach the pilot where private sector comes to us, wants to work? Do we want to look at the potential of using some city property and doing an FRI similar to what we're doing with Idlewild right now? Just an opportunity to really look at this in a creative way And it's going to take more than just housing and neighborhoods. Our planning department is going to have to be involved in this as well. How do we streamline that process? How do we make it easy as possible to do this? So that's the number one on the housing front. Number two, the item I had asked before COVID hit, if the city, the county, and our schools could all get together for a meeting to discuss land, underutilized land, how we might be able to use some of this land for housing affordability. I know the schools have land that they have not used, the county does, we do. I would ask that originally my thought was we'd have all one big meeting. With COVID and the virtual thing, I would ask that perhaps the county manager, the city manager, and also the school superintendent be in attendance for this discussion, as well as myself, Matt Calabria, and the chair of the Board of Education for an initial meeting that we could then report back to you on. But using underutilized property is a way to bring more housing forward and housing opportunities forward, I think would be wise. The third thing that I had related to, as I said, white flag, how we were going to solve this issue. Also, we have, the county has done this one pilot project. It was a healthy hotel, and they housed a number of homeless in this hotel during COVID. They used CARES Act funding for it. What are some ideas? It was highly successful. Highly successful. Most of the people who live there, supportive housing, most of them now have housing, and they continue to get that support. There were caseworkers assigned to them. Some people needed help with medications, others needed help with different social services. This was highly successful. We should be looking at ways we can be highly successful together. So I would really like to continue that conversation as well with the county. As I said, if anything, COVID has shown me that we have not done enough to help and assist our homeless community. And I would like to see us working with the county to really affect change in that area. So those were the housing issues that I had. And then I just wanted to ask our city manager, just throw you right into the fire, if it either now or just in a report that you outline for us what the process will be on the TIG discussion related to downtown South. I know there's a lot of confusion. People think we approved the TIG. We did not. There's just a lot of confusion about that. I'd like to just maybe have you report that to us in a later meeting, you know, what that's going to look like and the time frame and what we have to do to get to that point. So what are you most comfortable with, City Manager?
At this point, staff was prepared to bring back a presentation at the January 19th meeting because at the November 4th presentation, we noted that we had an aggressive timeline. I know some things have changed since that. If you would like it to push it back a little bit further, that is totally okay. But we've had a cross-departmental staff team working on the creation of a TIG policy. We've looked at the framework for community engagement and come up with some outlines for the creation of the community engagement committee advisory group. We've looked at some benchmark communities to see how TIGs have worked or have not worked in other areas, and then started some conversation about community benefits. So we can continue on that same trajectory if you would like for us to, or we can bring it back in February when we have a little bit more to report, but staff is prepared to come back on the 19th.
Okay, let's do that in February to give you time. Like, one thing I want to see is examples from other communities, what's worked, what hasn't. There's been a lot of success stories, but I also know throughout the country, there's a lot of lessons learned as well. So if everybody's okay with that, in order to give staff adequate time to work on that, you come back in February. At least a timeline and some of that initial information. Okay.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, I've taken up enough time now. We'll go on to the rest of these council members' report. First, I have Councilor Fort. Do you have any?
Good afternoon. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Madam City Manager, welcome aboard in your new role. It's been a pleasure working with you. And I do have a question for you. I've actually had several constituents in the district reach out to me to get an update as relates to the community engagement report from Mr. Fern. And so I just wanted to ask, when would that be available for us to get an update from him?
Sure thing, Councilmember Ford. Our consultant, Mickey Fern, is scheduled for the January 12th work session. It is an afternoon session, and he will bring forward an update on his work to date. And at that meeting, he will be seeking some additional guidance from council that will help inform the option or alternatives that he brings forward to the council in March. So he is slated for next week, and he understands that there is a lot of angst and people are excited to hear what he has to say. So he's geared up for next Tuesday.
Thank you so much.
Okay, anything else, Councilor Fort?
No, ma'am, that's it for me.
Okay, Councilor Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Happy New Year to everyone. And I know we're all looking forward to a better year than we had last year. But I appreciate everybody's hard work and the way everybody stuck with it. So it was great working with all of you all and new Madam City Manager. We've worked with you closely so far and look forward to doing that more in your new position. So welcome aboard and thanks for all you've done so far and look forward to a great year with you. Let's see. I will be having a listening session hopefully by the end of January. I did have a small business forum in December, which I thought went well. Got some good ideas how small businesses are doing through these strange times, the pandemic in particular, and what do we look for in 2021. So I'll be talking to staff about some of those ideas brought forward by owners and operators of small businesses. I would like to know the status of our racial equity training. I think it was put off to the new year. I just wanted to get an update on that, or that we'll be hearing about when that's going to happen here soon. And that's it. Thank you so much, and I look forward to a great 2021.
Sure.
If I'm not mistaken, we had asked about potentially doing the equity training around the same time as our retreat. Is that still okay?
Yes, so in communications with Dr. Audrey Caesar and working with the facilitators who are a little bit leery about in-person facilitation, we suggested that maybe we look at carving out a portion of the retreat to do at least the first phase of that equity training, understanding that we won't be able to accomplish it all because we have a grand agenda for the retreat already. But if we could get the initial kickoff started as part of the retreat, then we could schedule out the subsequent sessions after then. We had a conversation earlier today, and she is in communications with the facilitator, and we just need to confirm with them what the date will be. So as soon as we have the date for the retreat, we can incorporate the first session.
Okay. Okay. Is that okay? Next, Councilor Branch.
Thank you. I have a couple things, but first, I do want to say, my condolences and keep in prayer the family of Lieutenant Ellis. I know he was stationed on Ladder 8, which is off of Pool Road, which is in my district. So I want to give, let all those firefighters know that, I'm there in support of them. If COVID-19 wasn't here, I would have been there already. But we have to be safe as well. So, but I look forward to seeing you all soon. Let you know that my thoughts are with you. Other items I wanted to bring up is, one is if we can get a status of where we are with the affordable housing bond that was passed. I know it's been a couple months now. With what's the process? I know the money doesn't really start coming in, I think, until next year. If we can just get an idea of the steps so that we can properly, help people understand and keep council on task as far as where we are with that. And then the other thing is, we talked about a disparity study. I want to bring that up in my commitment to wanting us to move forward with that and get the council's support in moving forward. And with two options. One option is to do it in partnership with the county and the school board. And the second option is to go and do it on our own if they're not in a position to move now. I think we've waited long enough and we need to be really proactive in moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Branch. In regards to the affordable housing bond issue, that is the second item on the January 12th agenda for the work session. So Larry Jarvis will be giving an update on where we stand and how we're going to proceed with that work in 2021. As you know, the bond passed, but now the real work begins. And so we're excited about the opportunity to bring forward to you some plans of how we plan to do that work this year. And as far as the disparity study, I will make an attempt to reach back out to the partners that we had reached out to originally. And just today, I got word that there may be another potential partner out there as well. So I will share that with you all on our call later on. And if we can't partner with those two, we might have an opportunity to partner with this new municipality.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. See, Council Branch, all you have to do is ask. It's coming up in the next work session. So that'll be great. Thank you. Next, I have Councilor Melton.
Thank you. I have two things. First, in October, the City Council adopted the strategic plan for the city's next 5 years. Initiative 4.3 of the adopted plan directs the city that the city partner with the business community to promote and collaborate on inclusive and equitable economic development to encourage strategic business investments to areas of the city where the need for that business exists. In the EDI committee, we previously had a discussion focused on bringing needed retail outlets to communities where food deserts exist, including corner stores. It is a priority to strengthen the development of small business opportunities throughout the city and to provide goods and services where people live and to create a more walkable city. To that end, I request that the council assign the topic of community-centered economic development / strategic small business investment to the EDI committee for review and discussion of land use issues, potential financial incentives, and partnerships to encourage development of neighborhood services and businesses in our communities. That's my first ask.
So that would be sending this to EDI.
Sending it to EDI. I'm sorry that was wordy. I clearly had some assistance from staff in making sure I made the correct ask. And so that's corner stores is the simplified way. But I want to make sure we have the authority to appropriately consider it. So that is my request.
Okay. Do we need a motion to move that? Okay. That's a motion by Councilor Melton. Do we have a second? Councilor Fort has seconded that. All in favor, sending this item to EDI? Anyone opposed? Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I can, Councilor Milton, can we also, and this goes to council, to the mayor's committee, we've had some concerns with some of corner stores and safety. So after we have the conversation EDI, there may need to be a referral to neighborhoods and safety to look at some of the challenges that some of these stores have within certain parts of our city.
I sit on EDI as well, so maybe we could combine those discussions. That's a good point, Council Branch.
Okay.
Okay.
I got one more thing. HRC recently released municipal scores for cities across the United States. Raleigh received our municipal score index for 2020. It's improved slightly over 2019. 2019 was a slight improvement over 2018. We still have a great deal of room for improvement, for me to put that lightly. And looking at this issue, I'm aware that last year, staff gave us an update in the manager's report on January 2nd, 2020, and offered some suggestions on how we could improve our score and offer some, I guess, greater protections. I think I want to be very deliberate this year and make sure that this issue receives the appropriate attention. Aside from the community health benefits and safety, there's also an economic issue with this as well, because employers look at our municipal index score about whether they want to locate here, whether they want to bring business and bring employees and residents. So I'd also ask that we send the HRC municipal index score issue to my committee, EDI. I'm informed that staff is preparing a response to this year's MEI, which is what's called municipal index score. And so that work's already happening. I would just like to have the discussion in the EDI committee, so that I'm making that request.
Is that a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Fort has seconded. All in favor, raise your hands. Okay. That was unanimous, Clerk. All right. Next, we have Councilor Buffkin. Do you have any items?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no action items, but I want to join in others in welcoming our new city manager to the job officially, and in wishing you all a happy new year, and joining in offering condolences to our Raleigh Fire Department family. It's a sad event that's happened recently, and our hearts are with you, and we appreciate the work that our firefighters do. Keep us safe. And colleagues, I look forward to working with you in the new year. I hope for a constructive and uplifting dialogue here at our council meetings, albeit virtual and not in person. We got lots of work ahead of us, and I look forward to our partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Cox.
Yes, just a couple things. We're at the beginning of a new year, and I was wondering about current development activity as it relates to housing. We have within our comprehensive plan, and we talk about it frequently, how we want to have housing constructed primarily in growth areas, transit corridors, and near transit stops. And I wanted to know how we're doing on that. Just not just in terms of affordable housing, but also market rate housing, the whole picture, the whole grand picture. So I was wondering if we could get a report on what the current development activity is, what it has been for 2020, what is the outlook is for 2021 in terms of how many units have been or will be constructed, how many of those will be constructed within growth areas, how many along transit corridors, and how many within a certain distance, quarter-mile distance or whatever of transit stops. And just wanted to be able to get that information and get a feel for how we're meeting our goals of our comprehensive plan. If we could get that information at some point within the next few months.
I believe the home builders probably have a lot of that information already compiled. And our Development Services Committee could probably assist in that as well.
Okay. Yes, we'll bring back a staff report.
Okay.
So what you're actually asking for, Councilor Cox, is development patterns and also data on numbers.
Right. Statistics, just to get the big picture of how we're doing.
Okay.
A second issue is that District B is directly across the street from the Durant Nature Preserve. And I know a little more than a year ago, a researcher at NC State was contracted to do a study on the upper lake at Durant Nature Preserve, prepared a very nice report which is available to us. And at that time, they were planning on presenting the results of that report to the public, but were unable to do so because of COVID-19. I've spoken with the researcher from NC State. She tells me that they produced posters. They're in electronic format, and so there's all kinds of materials that are ready to go. And I was wondering if there would be some way that we could hold a virtual meeting in light of COVID in order to be able to get that information out to the public. And so I wanted to make that request as well to see if that might be possible to do. And because it's an important park, and a lot of people in this area are interested in knowing what's happening with the park with respect to the lake, the upper lake in particular.
Could this be a work session item?
I'm open to that. I'm open to anything at this point.
Okay. Councilmember.
I do know that they were planning on having public sessions, but those got canceled because of COVID-19. So.
Councilmember Buffkin, I see you raised your hand. Can we let Councilor Cox finish, and then we'll come to you.
So a third question I had was our police advisory board. Obviously, it's new and it was formed just last year. And I was wondering what would be their work items for 2021. What is staff recommending to the advisory board that their work items would be, and what are the expectations going forward for the advisory board for 2021? And that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Cox, we had referred to them the 21CP report in addition to the internal report. So I would expect that those two items would be top on their agenda. We're also waiting to hear back from them on their terms. And maybe this is something that we can ask Dr. Caesar to put on an agenda. I think when we referred this to them, we said, we're not going to tell you who's going to have a one-year term, who's going to have a two-year term. You come back and tell us what the terms will look like. And the other issue that was raised had to do with representation. I think several people had mentioned that while we had designees, we need to get some information back from them on how they're going to move forward in that regard and what their recommendations are. So I would ask that that be added to one of their agendas. Okay. And Councilor Buffkin, you had, I take it you're done, Councilor Cox.
Yes, other than to say, welcome, Marshall. Glad you're there. Looking forward to it.
Councilmember Buffkin, did you have a question?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. With regard to the Durant Nature Park and the Upper Lake issue, I'm a little confused about what Mr. Cox was asking us to do. So that originally came up in the context of a broader discussion about lake management and dam safety. At least that's the last time I recall it being here in front of council. And that's certainly a citywide issue and merits attention at a work session. I'm not sure plans for one specific park necessarily need council attention, and whether we have it at a work session or not, and I'm not necessarily opposed, but my understanding was there was already a plan in place to get the information out to the public and receive comments specific to Durant Nature Park. So it sounds like now we're doing something different, and I'm confused about what we're being asked to do with this park that's in District A.
Councilor Cox?
So I spoke with Barbara Dahl from NC State, And this was in the late fall that I spoke with her. And she described to me the work that they did in studying the lake. And they had prepared materials last January that were to be presented to the public, to be able to present to the public the 3 different options that they came up with for addressing the issues with the lake. And all I'm asking for, unfortunately, because of COVID-19, they weren't able to have those public sessions that were originally planned. And I was wondering if we could find some way to move forward, perhaps with virtual sessions, to be able to present that information to the public and get feedback from the public about those 3 options that they developed.
Councilor Stewart.
Yes, a clarifying question. The work with, I'm assuming Dr. Dahl or Mrs. Dahl from NC State, is that through a contract that the city or parks had with her? So would the Parks Department not be responsible for hosting those meetings?
I'm not sure if it was the Parks Department or if it was Stormwater that they had the contract with. I do know they had a contract with the city, though.
Could we do this, since there seems to be some confusion? City Manager, I think you have a suggestion. Why don't you go ahead?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. It is already planned that there will be a weekly report in this Friday's edition of the manager's report that will go out. And also PRC, our staff, and Oscar may still be in the audience, has already made plans for a virtual meeting to discuss the work. So Oscar, if you're in the audience, please come to the podium. But you will be getting Mr. Cox's report on Friday, just an update of that work.
Okay. In the manager's report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's going to be a joint effort between Stormwater and PRCR.
Okay. Okay. And that's fine for me. I just wanted to make sure that we were able to follow up with the public as well.
Right.
Okay. Oscar is not here, so we'll leave it up to City Manager to address that then. Is that everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Councilmember Stewart. Last but not least.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, Marshall. I'm so excited. I have 2 items that I'd like to request that we refer to Growth and Natural Resources Committee. One item was highlighted in today's consent agenda when we approved a $1.5 million contract for sanitary sewer flow monitoring, everybody's favorite topic. I appreciate the backup information on this recommended contract, and I believe it is a great step in Raleigh Water's continued efforts to be proactive in preventing sanitary sewer overflows. Raleigh actually has one of the lowest SSO ratings in the country, which is something we should all be very proud of, but that didn't happen by accident. It is the result of strategic planning and preventative maintenance by our staff, investment in our utility system by past city councils, and customers taking simple steps to prevent grease and flushed wipes from going down the drain. I realize we'll receive an update on how we're doing with SSOs in our annual budget deliberations this spring, which is helpful as we set utility rates, but I want to ensure we are looking at this issue holistically and proactively. I'd like to take the general issue of preventing SSOs into Growth and Natural Resources Committee so we can hear staff's ideas for ensuring Raleigh continues to set an example for the rest of the state and country to follow as a demonstration of our commitment to water quality and responsible utility management. The other item I'd like the council to refer to GNR is a Community Climate Action Plan, or CCAP. In May of 2019, City Council adopted a community-wide goal of an 80% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. This spring will mark 2 years since we set that goal, and I would like the opportunity for GNR to take a deeper dive into the primary plan we have in place to achieve this goal. We received a progress update on this initiative last month in the City Manager's Weekly Report. There was a lot of information in that update, and I think our committee could help move forward. The update in the manager's report indicated that completion of the CCAP document and community rollout is expected during the first quarter of 2021. So I think the timing is well suited for the committee to look at where we are and make any needed recommendations back to the full council. So that is a formal motion to refer both these items, both sanitary sewer overflows and climate change, to GNR for future
Okay.
meetings.
Do we have a second? Councillor Fort? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous on both items, Clerk.
Thank you.
Well, I think what today's mayor and council report shows is that we all had a lot of thinking we were doing during our break. So, but some exciting ideas and initiatives. So thank you. And we will now go to nominations and appointments first, and then nominations. Clerk.
Okay, the first item is the Stormwater Management Advisory Commission. You had one vacancy. Joseph Stansel received 7 votes, so would be appointed. The second is the Environmental Advisory Board. You had 3 vacancies. Lisa Angel received 6 votes. Jean Duval received 3 votes. William Eads, 1 vote. Kevin Hernandez received 6 votes. And so with that, you would have appointed 2 people, leaving 1 vacancy. And Councilmember Ford had nominated Liz Bowen. So you filled 2. You have right now 1 vacancy left. Of course, 3 nominees would remain, and nominations would remain open. The next item is the Fair Housing Hearing Board. You had 1 vacancy. Raquel Rogers received 4 votes, and so that would be on the next agenda.
I am going to nominate to that Eric Colburn, Colburn.
Okay, for Fair Housing Hearing Board, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, those 2 names will appear on the next agenda then, if there are no other nominations. The next thing we have is, hold on, we had a resignation on the BPAC of Mary Sell. All of a sudden, I don't know where what happened to it, but
I can help you. Mary Sell has gone to Oaks and Spokes.
Right.
She is resigning because she doesn't want to have, she feels that it could be a potential conflict with her new job. So we will have an opening there.
Right, I have found it now. We're skipping a page on my agenda. She did submit her resignation, so there's 1 position open that will be on the next agenda.
Okay, Councilmember Melton has his hand raised.
Yeah, this is just something I thought of. Is it possible for us to hold this and not have it on the next agenda? And this is why Mary Sell is, I don't know even the right word, but she is like a giant in that world of advocacy. And so I think her vacancy leaves a pretty big hole on BPAC. And I'm really glad that she's accepted a position as the executive director, I believe, at Oaks and Spokes. But I want to make sure we're intentional with how we fill this position. There's been a lot of interest, which is great. I know many of you on the BPAC liaison have reached out to me. Folks individually have reached out to me about wanting to be appointed. It seems like we have a flood of highly qualified, eager individuals. And so if we can hold it, I might want to speak to the BPAC chair and vice chair and get their thoughts on what they may need on the committee as far as demographics or experience, and then maybe allow that to guide our nomination process, because what I think we have is a ton of interest with very qualified individuals, and I don't know how we're going to get consensus if we don't have some guidance on it. So that would be my suggestion.
Well, I think whenever we can, we should get feedback from the committees on what they need from a talent standpoint, from a diversity standpoint, from a geographic diversity standpoint. So why don't we ask this to hold until our first meeting in February, which should give you enough time to speak to some of the candidates, but also to speak to BPAC and get some feedback from them.
I would like to do that if everyone's okay with it. I usually meet with them once a month for like 30 minutes, so that gives me some time.
Okay.
That sounds great, and we'll just hold it and I'll place it on the agenda for the first meeting in February.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all I have at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I've received an email about a resignation on Go Raleigh on the Transit Authority. Robert Owens.
Yes, that was received just before the meeting, and rather than spring it on you, I was going to put it on the next agenda, but we do have a resignation from Robert Owens, so that will appear on your next agenda. And you can start making nominations at any point.
Well, one thing I would like to do is make sure we understand again what kind of talent or needs there are. This is going to be a really important position with BRT, commuter rail, and other items continuing to be at the top of our list. So I want to make sure that we have somebody with the right background who can provide guidance on these issues.
Definitely, yeah. I know marketing is a skill that's needed, but I'll be getting more information. I'll be talking to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you could put this on, Gail, for our, maybe for the February meeting as well.
Okay, we'll hold it off until the first meeting in February.
Perfect.
That gives us, I think, some time to do some research.
Sounds great.
Okay. All right. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Getting up my agenda here. This item relates to the city's existing non-discrimination ordinance, which is found in the city code at section 4-1004, and it's entitled Policy of Non-Discrimination. I know that city council members are aware of this ordinance and what it says, but perhaps some of the public are not quite as familiar, so this is an opportunity to explain the existing ordinance and also to present some language which is in the backup materials that could strengthen the ordinance should the council decide to do so. I want to start with some background about this ordinance. It was first adopted by the Raleigh City Council in 1969, and it has been regularly reviewed time after time after time over that 50 plus some years by council, and it has been expanded over time to include additional protected classes and other language that the various councils thought was needed to keep up with the times, if you will. The first ordinance in 1969 protected discrimination against race, color, creed, or national origin. As the years progressed, new categories that were protected were added to include sex, age, handicap, sexual orientation, and as recently as 2014, mental or physical disability, gender identity, familial and marital status, economic status, and veteran status were added. I say that because if you look at the legislative history for this particular ordinance, it's pretty clear that city councils in Raleigh for over 50 years have taken a stand against discrimination and have reaffirmed and amended the ordinance to make sure that all classes were protected. Now, it's also our office's position that this ordinance is legal and has always been legal and has remained legal no matter what the status of state law has been throughout the years. Now, today, if you would like to, it's an opportunity for this council, like many many councils before it over the last 50 years again to reaffirm this policy and, if desired, to add some additional language. So having said that as a background, I guess the question is what exactly does the non-discrimination ordinance say? And it's in the backup materials, but generally it does a number of things. It's divided into 5 subsections. Subsection, and this is all in the backup material, but just for the benefit of people who may not have that available. Section A sets forth the policy against discrimination against these protected classes, which I've already gone through. Subsection B basically states that the administration of the city, committees, commissions, and boards of the city are directed to use their full power and resources to prohibit and discourage discrimination as set forth in this ordinance. Subsection D directs the city manager to establish policies that will ensure there is no discrimination in any function or area of city government. So those 3 sections read together basically prohibit discrimination for any city action that's taken in any aspect of the city government. Subsection C expands that somewhat and basically directs the city manager and the city attorney to include in any contract or grant with any party that the city is doing business with or provides money to, that there will be a non-discrimination provision in that contract or grant, which basically says that anybody who's going to have a contract or obtain money from the city has got to agree as a part of that grant or contract that they will not discriminate as directed in this ordinance in carrying out the activities or whatever is allowed by that contract or grant. The last subsection is subsection E, which is one that we have prepared some additional language if council is interested in adopting it. And right now, that language says that all citizens of the city are requested and urged to use their power and influence to the end that this city shall be one of equal opportunity for all citizens. And that language has been there for a while, and it's basically a request that the people who live in Raleigh do what they can to prevent discrimination. If you look in the background, well, basically we've been asked, can the council reaffirm the existing ordinance and make this language a little bit stronger? And we have proposed some additional language that would replace subsection E. And it's in the backup, but I'll go ahead and read it just so that everyone knows what it says. And it would replace the current subsection E with this language. Recognizing the substantial benefits that an equitable, diverse, and inclusive community provides, the city supports those community members and businesses whose efforts support a community free from discrimination. Equity, diversity, and inclusion are cornerstones of a strong local economy, and commercial activities within the city should support economic growth and not hamper it. The city will not tolerate illegal discrimination and encourages its corporate and individual community partners to oppose discrimination in all forms. This sends a stronger message that the city expects what the city's expectations are and that discrimination would not be tolerated. So if a council would like to reaffirm the ordinance and adopt this new language, a motion would be appropriate that basically would adopt the amendment to subsection E, reaffirm the council's support of the remainder of the non-discrimination ordinance and its commitment to a city which promotes equity, diversity, and inclusion. So having said that, that's basically my presentation. I'm glad to answer any questions, or council may have some comments. Okay. It's inserting that additional language, excuse me, not replacing it. It is adding to adding that additional language to what is already there.
Okay, Councilor Melton and then Councilor Cox.
Thank you, City Attorney. I want to start by saying I think it is very important, as prior councils have done, to reaffirm our commitment to these principles. This is an existing policy. This is not anything new. It has been updated from time to time, and I think that it is appropriate for us to reaffirm our commitment against discrimination to non-discrimination. This is not a new policy in response to the change in any state law. There have been some recent changes in state law which do allow municipalities to put greater protections in, the public sector and public spaces with regard to public accommodations. That's a separate conversation. This is a personal issue for me. Most of you know I was engaged this summer. My fiance has relocated here from New York, and we are, surprise, in Raleigh for the long term, obviously. And how we are protecting our community and the public, what message we send to folks who may choose to travel here, who may choose to do business here, relocate their businesses here is important. So I think it is important in this moment to reaffirm the existing policy and then shift our attention to what work needs to be done to provide even greater protections. And I know that those are conversations that other cities are having right now. Councilmember Fort and I have had a few meetings with Equality NC to their efforts to that end. There is a lot more work that needs to be done, so let me be very clear about that. And I hope that we will follow suit in that work. I know we need to be measured in our response, but to be clear, for today, we would be reaffirming our existing policy. It relates to city boards, city contracts, and grants. And then there is more work, in my opinion, that needs to be done, and I'm committed to doing it. I hope we will get to that point as well. So at the appropriate time, I'd be making a motion to approve.
Okay. Councillor Cox had his hand raised.
Yes, I think this answers my questions to some extent because I was reading an article by Kendra Johnson and Jasmine Beach Farrar that was published in December 4th in the Citizen Times. And they spoke about citizens still being vulnerable to discrimination in core areas of life, including employment, housing, healthcare settings, and public spaces like restaurants and stores. So what we're doing today isn't putting in any additional protections. There could still be, even though we won't tolerate it, there could still be discrimination. Is that correct, City Attorney?
This is not directed in any way at public accommodations or private employment. This is affirming the existing non-discrimination ordinance and adding some additional language. It is not expanding to those areas.
And it doesn't prevent discrimination in housing, for example?
Not by city, well, that what they're talking about is public accommodations, which is more hotels and retailers and that type of thing, and private employment for that purposes. But this does not, at this point, have a city law against that, but it is still prohibited by state and federal law. So there are prohibitions against it. It's just not at the city level through this ordinance.
Okay, so we're not enacting anything through this ordinance to prohibit discrimination in housing, healthcare, public accommodations, or employment?
Not for private businesses. This does not cover any kind of private action at all. That's now covered by state and federal law.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Melton, you wanted to make a motion?
Yes, I want to reaffirm again that I believe there is a great deal of work that still needs to be done, but I think it is important for this council to reaffirm the principles in this existing policy. So I would move to reaffirm this policy with the amended, updated language that the city attorney has read out.
We have a second by Councillor Fort. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the City Clerk.
You received in your agenda packet several sets of minutes, December 1, 2020 regular session, December 15, and December 17 special sessions, which are before you for consideration of approval.
Hey, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if we could, I have some questions I need to ask the clerk about the minutes from the 15th. So I would move to approve the other minutes and hold that one.
Okay. Councillor Stewart has seconded that. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. Do you want to ask those questions now?
It just has to do with the way some of the notes that were taken, that, you know, things that were said that that are missing. So I need to talk to her to point them out where I think something was missed.
Okay.
Will be.
All right. Well, we now have closed session. So I'm going to make a motion to enter into closed session. We will have a 5-minute break as we prepare for this. And motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.10A and 11A to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged and confidential pursuant to the laws of North Carolina or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. Do I have a second? Councilmember Branch, I'm sorry. All in favor? Okay, we will take a 5-minute break. Please stop your video and mute and be back in 5 minutes for a closed session. Hello, everyone. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session memo. Council will reconvene at 7 p.m. this evening. Thank you.